you hear me now? All right, I think I am live. All right, I think I am live. All right, we did it. We are here for the 5v5 Team Wars event. We've got Krillin versus Sun Goku Zeno. We have a bunch of leaders that are banned today. I think the top 5 leaders in the format have been taken out, so people are playing a wide variety of stuff. I think the leaders that are not allowed are Pan Zeno, Kefla, Green Boo, Red Vegeta, and there might be one other that's not allowed. So you'll see a variety of decks today, hopefully, and we'll get a lot of different stuff on stream. Sorry, I had a few mic issues there, so I'm going to get that corrected. I'm going to get these life totals correct. I believe our Goku player is already down to 4 life. Let's get that correct. Oh, I definitely should switch these leaders to the other side, but I will get that adjusted in just a moment. And we'll see where we're at here. Already we've got super combos coming in from the Goku Zeno side. I assume burn the marker on turn 1 here, going second, so I'll let this turn play out. I'm going to fix these leaders, and then we'll keep going. See if I can get this to... There we go, I got that one. Hey, all right, we did it. So Goku Zeno, obviously a very aggressive deck. Can push a lot of damage early. Krillin relies on a Z Unison to get going and a lot of extra cards. So I am curious. Typically, the way I would combat Krillin is by swinging at the Unison over and over and denying them a battle step to use all their extra cards and their tricks. But it's very possible here that Goku Zeno is not interested in that at all and just wants to go straight to face. All right, so we had a second Overrealm here with the dual name. The Demeter will proc to draw 2 pitch 2, and the 2 pitches were an Evil Saiyan and the Trunks. The Trunks will search him anything 15k or less. You would assume it would be a Time Agent blocker or a Time Agent Kai, but actually no, an SGR. Maybe all the other targets are not there, or just wants to make sure there's a negate live to protect Demetra, maybe. We'll see. Evil Sane is 2 turns away, so we'll see if we get there. So swinging with the combo attack, getting an extra Z energy, and taking Krillin down to 5 life. And now it looks like a pass. So Krillin starting turn 2 with 5 life. Krillin is one of those red decks that had a brief moment in the sun for the set 29 format, but the set 29 format was so short that I don't know if this deck has been explored to the point that it really should have been. So we got the Z Unison out, Jaguar Island there, and now we've got the swing with the leader. I believe the leader goes top 5 for Earthling, and the extra cards have the Earthling tag, I believe, or can just be searched. So relies a lot on filtering with these extra cards, getting markers on the Unison, and getting some strong effects there. So we have the Awaken. Go to Xeno combos and Z charges to get out of that swing. Searching here for the evolve target. Using taunt to filter some cards. Alright, so the leader ability lets you play at a 1-drop. Not sure if you're choosing not to do that. We have stowaways here being used. It has an activate main or battle limit 1 if your leader is a red Krillin card, add up to 1 at red extra with energy cost of 1 or less from your deck to your hand, then shuffle your deck, grabbing the escape from a monster extra card. That card has a free ability. If your leader's a red Krillin, draw 1 card and then choose up to 1 of your red Z Unisons and add a marker to it. So the Z Unison is already up to 5 markers, which would take a lot of swings for the Goku Xeno player to take that out. I'm not sure if it's worth the commitment if you're trying to go turn 2, turn 3 aggro, but we'll see. Yeah, sorry about the camera setup there. So it looks like Krillin passed with 2 up. I don't know if this is just going to be a topo, but we have the Goku Xeno player bringing out the Z extra card for the deck. So that's 1 energy gone, but obviously this deck does not need a lot of energy to produce aggression. It can do that for little to no energy. So just in case you're not familiar with this Body and Soul 10x Kamehameha, It says if your leader is a Sun Goku Xeno only card and you discard one card from your hand, when this card is placed in the battle area, add up to 2 cards from your life to your hand, and then add up to 1 non-super combo Sun Goku Xeno card from your drop or warp to your hand. It also has an auto once per turn. When a card from your warp is placed in your drop by your leader, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, send it to its owner's warp. And then you can activate Battle Burst to remove it from the game and choose up to one of your Sun Goku Xeno cards, and it gets plus 5k power and crit for the turn. So obviously with the leader's double strike, that would be a great way to utilize a double strike crit. All right, so we have the Overrealm here, and then we have the Demetra to draw 2, pitch 2. Tenacious and another Overrealm, so no Trunks there. That's the ideal pitch target for any black Saiyan deck at the moment. Using the plus ability on Demetra to put 2 back from the warp into the drop, and then it looks like swinging with the combo attack, and we'll see if this is a very risky 2 energy topo play or if this goes through. Nope, looks like it's going to go through. So we have paying 1 for the activate battle Krillin. That comes out, I believe, if you have a Z Unison. Oh no, just if your leader is red and your opponent has 2 or more energy, draw 1 card, play this card from your hand, and this card gains barrier for the turn. And then when you activate a red extra from your hand, you choose up to one of your red cards and it gets plus 5,000 power for the turn. So we'll be able to give his leader like a Sensu Bean effect, assuming he uses an extra card. All right, so we have the Goku Xeno player responding with a Super Kami, which makes the Topo line glad that wasn't the path, because that would have been very tough. The Krillin has an activate main to draw 1 card and then play from hand, so still gets the draw, I believe, even if it gets super commied. And then this looks like just a 25k swing going in at Krillin. And Krillin will take that damage to go down to 4. So both players here, nope. This Goku Xeno player actually used a life to activate the Super Kami. So we're 4-3 here. Now we get a swing with the dual name counterplay. That's a 20k swing coming in. This is a lot of aggression for Krillin to handle. Krillin's a deck that kind of wants to set up, build some advantage, and then start using those extra cards to turn the tide in their direction. So we have a Kai here. Difficult to tell if the Goku Xeno player is under 5 cards in hand or not, but looks like not, because 30k gets them out. That Master Roshi is a super combo. Still the potential for quite a few swings here from the Goku Xeno player. Checking to see on the leader probably here, counting, because the leader does get 5k power for every 8 black battle cards in your warp. So I'm not sure if we're there yet. But now we have the leader swinging in. This would probably be one you'd like to negate. Using the Z extra card to give it critical and 5k. So this is at least 20k double strike crit coming in. There is some battle tricks that the Krillin deck can use. I know it can play a 1-drop and use taunt to redirect to the 1-drop, but that is a tricky thing to pull off when the Goku Xeno player has the Demetra in play and can counterplay. Yep, so that's exactly where we're going here, to counterplay the 1-drop, which will stop the redirect. Won't be able to use that ability if the 1-drop is not in play. So it is pretty tricky for the Trillin player to navigate this has not been able to play the game. Draws a card for the 1-drop coming into play. Uses the escape card for 0, which will, I believe, just draw a card and add a marker. And then the leader effect says when you use an extra card, you get to draw a card. And now it looks like we are doing the -3 on Jaguar Island, which says if your leader is a red Krillin card and you place 4 red Earthling extras from your drop at the bottom of their owner's deck, the next time you activate an activate skill on a red extra during this turn, reduce the skill cost by 1. And then using the extra card with both guys on it, I believe that gives combo power. I think it gives 20k and then comboing 1 more. So I have to find a better Krillin list to. Yep, the Tiny Golden Warriors. Yep, I was right. It choose up 20 of your red cards and it gives plus 20,000 combo power for the battle. So brings that to 35 and then comboed 1 more to get out of the swing. So still at 4 life. The leader swing is what you're hoping to avoid there. Not many cards left in deck for the Goku Xeno player. Just turn 2 and just rifling through this. So we have another swing coming in here. Looks like the Goku Xeno player does not have a very large hand size here. Comboing a Kai, so I'd assume this would pump this to 30, which causes the Krillin player to take the damage. So we are down 3 and 3. We're using this last energy here to go into a Patara, which is a 6-drop barrier blocker, which will double strike barrier blocker, and it will restand at the end of the turn and burst 2. But that is looking a little precarious for the Goku Xeno player. It's hard to tell exactly how many cards are left in deck, but bursting 2 here on to restand this blocker might lead to a pretty low count in deck. All right, so we've got a Dispo negate here. This is a 1 energy body negate. It could be free if you Spirit Boost 2, but it looks like our Krillin player is just choosing to pay the energy for it. We'll have to warp 1 card from hand for using that counter with True Fighting Spirit on the board. I believe that's the first counter of the turn. Hopefully they don't miss that. All right, bursting 2 to restand the blocker and passing. So 3 energy for Krillin. This is really a turning point here. I don't know if you can pass back and survive. So looks like quite a bit of Z energy for the Goku Xeno players. So I don't know if establishing a Z extra and hoping to explosive dance will be enough. I am curious if the Goku Xeno player would have multiple super Kamis in their list, because leaving 2 up for Topo here with the hand size that our Goku Xeno player has might be enough to bridge the turn. All right, so we've basically drawing a card, and then the leader ability draws another card with that extra. We're going to go Taunt. Taunt pitches a card to draw 2. So a lot of filter to see the cards, put the cards in drop, facilitate the engine with the unison. I would assume here if we're spending an energy on the Z extra that we're not going to aggress and try and push that last damage this turn. It might be worthwhile to try and attack the unison. That would cost 2 Z energy to replay, which if you're relying on explosive dance to get you through here, that might be a path. All right, but then we have the Bardock negate from the Jotu Xeno player, just sending his entire drop to the warp to negate the attack. This should put quite a few battle cards in the warp for the Jotu Xeno's leader to get that 5k buff for every 8 black battle cards in the warp. All right, so we have the Krillin player passing back, choosing to play defense here. This looks like it might be pretty rough. We've got 2 energy coming down for Evil Saiyan, which will take our Krillin player down to 2 life in double strike range for the leader. You've got a super combo, you have 3-man Kamehameha, and you have a 1-drop. The 1-drop can be used for the redirect, but not the best target. I assume you just want to go super combo here and get rid of that. And then not a ton of targets for the Jotu Xeno player to grab back. But get a 15k body. Evil Saiyan basically eliminates it looks like he has 3 or 4 cards left in deck, so has to be careful here. Overwhelming will end up drawing him too. Probably don't want to do that. This should be an explosive dance. Yep, we'd set that up. Explosive dance will draw him a card off of the Krillin leader. Unfortunately, the leader is double striked, so the leader swing will go through without having to pay any type of tax. I can see at least 20k combo power in the Z energy. I know comboed a couple Kais, so those aren't as great into explosive dance. So we'll have to see. Also had to warp a card for the True Fighting Spirit. So that True Fighting Spirit has stuck on board turn over turn and really created some value for the Jotu Xeno player. We're going to check and see the buff there on the leader and see how much power it gains. I mean, we're representing 2 double strike swings here, and we're also have an energy open. Oh, maybe that was more cards than I thought. Maybe 5 or 6 cards there. We have more cards with double strike that can be played here. I'm not sure if we have an Overrealm with double strike. That could be the 6-drop 20k double strike crit Goku. Also could just be from the Z energy, the Z deck, sorry. The 1-drop Goku that removes 10 cards and gains 10k in double strike. All right, looks like we're negating, using the Spirit Boost we talked about last turn, negating the leader's swing here. This will also trigger the Evil Saiyan's effect, so we'll see if that's even a target he's interested in taking. Could opt not to. Trading any of these bodies now that are combo power for a card in rest mode is less than ideal. So this is an interesting spot. We get the double strike swing here. Probably has to have a negate. Has to dump all 3 Z energy to make it happen, which is tough. And if you get a negate here, yep, and this is Final Showdown. This is a negate not built for the deck. It's built for the Krillin. Or not the Krillin, the Jiren deck that came out, the Spirit Boost Unison-based Krillin Jiren deck. But let me see if I can pull that up just so I can read it to you exactly how it is supposed to be. I'm sorry, I called it the wrong name. It's called Final Battle. It's a counterattack limit 1, Spirit Boost 1. If you have a red Z unison, negate the attack, draw a card. None of the other effects are useful for this deck. It also has an ability where you can take a life instead of paying the energy cost. So still at 2, no Z energy, which means effectively the turn is over. I don't know why we're going the wrong direction on the life here. Sorry about that. So this should be a pass back to Krillin with an opportunity to win the game. Having to use all three Z energy to swing with the 30k double was tough. It would have been nice to have a couple other targets in the Z energy. But that's how it goes sometimes. I think he's mulling over his choices here. Still, quite the path for Krillin to take to get here. You have to overcome Evil Saiyan. Quite a wide board, so combo power there. 3 life. Okay, it looks like we might be using the rarely used on a Demetra -3 to get back some cards. That is interesting. Good idea. It's a -3. Choose up to 2 of your. Oh no, I apologize. I have the wrong one. It's choose up to 2 of your battle cards with Overrealm, and then gain double strike for the turn. I'm not sure. Can't swing. I wonder what the sequence there was. I don't know. I don't know why that would be. Well, either way, Krillin's taking the turn. It is 4 energy. It looks like our Goku Xeno does not have a lot of cards in hand, but does have a barrier blocker on board, does have Evil Saiyan. So quite a few things for Krillin to consider here before it can find a path to victory. Would be nice to just play a Broly SCR. I think that would be a strong play. Just tap 3, clear the whole board. Not sure if that's the SCR of choice here for Krillin, but assuming you have 4 more energy to play the card from your hand, choose all your opponent's cards -40,000 power for the turn, and it is a triple striker. So it would have to have some type of negate. Does not look like Bardock is going to be live here without enough cards in the drop. So that would be a life, and then you have some paths to get there. Hey, thanks for everybody who's joining us today. If you're in the chat, say hello. 15 viewers. It's pretty cool. So we have a 1-drop coming out. Possibly an evolve target here. All right, so we did a swing with the leader. Assuming this is going to go out leader. We did the block right away. Interesting block for a single strike. That's not very tall. I guess, you don't want to lose the blocker later on, so you don't want to get baited into keeping it active and then not getting to block with it, but ooh, okay. So my Broly SCR choice was not correct. This is the Kaioken triple striker that you warp 3 cards from hand to restand it. You need a Z Unison with 4 markers, I believe, to reduce it down to free. So this is a good play here. This is going to be difficult for the Goku Xeno player to out with no energy. Obviously, Black has tools like Petrification and Supreme Kai that would be very useful in that spot, but with no energy, you basically just have to negate or let the attack come through. We see the SGR here to stop one. Looks like our Krillin player has 6 cards in hand, so potentially 2. And he passed? Oh, the Bardock Tenacious only allowed 1 battle card swing to go through. Okay, that's the caveat there. So 4 energy open. I even forgot about the Tenacious there. There was a lot going on. Played it at the end of the turn. I was worrying about the Demetra Unison, wondering why that disappeared. And I would find this very difficult for Krillin to stay alive here. I assume we're going to get an Explosive Dance, but warped one last turn on the True Fighting Spirit. Yep, we did another one. But this True Fighting Spirit's going to cost another card. So this is 3 cards, I believe, that he's warped. Oh, and there goes the entire warp. All right. Looks like we recovered all those cards. Drew a card for the leader, and then warping one here. Warping combo power, so that is interesting. No more dead cards to get rid of. The SCR choice really makes a big difference here in this matchup because although that Kaioken can really just win the game on its own by swinging multiple times, with Tenacious being live, you only get 1 triple strike swing, where if you played Broly, you get the entire board cleared there. You get all that combo power and added to your own combos. You get quite a bit of benefit. I know it is a lot of energy, but you also get to pitch something out of your opponent's hand. So would be in a much better spot here with Broly instead of the Kaioken. But in other matchups, the Kaioken might come in and save the day. Have not seen a yellow energy yet to pair, with Almighty Resistance to get the counter. That's a strong strategy people have tried with Krillin. But again, when you're playing against Goku Zeno, you just don't have the time to kind of set all that stuff up. You're on the clock immediately. Turn 1, we saw quite a bit of damage being pushed. So looks like Goku Zeno here is going to swing with the 1-drop. Oh no, comboing it. Sorry, just comboing on this leader swing. I guess this did not get negated while I was talking. And we're going to get a combo power battle, it looks like, here for game. Another tie, looks like quite a bit. So hard to tell what the dice is there. Oh, we have a super combo as well. I don't... One... Yeah, it looks like maybe the last card is in deck, so 10, 20, 25, 35, 45, 55, 60 combo power plus whatever the leader is. So at least 75 plus this could be 85 or 90. Do we get a redirect here into the 1-drop? Not sure if that's already been attempted, and that's why. Yep, there it is. Had the taunt. And that is tough. And it looks like our Goku Zeno player has scooped it up there. So pretty pretty crazy game, honestly. Not being able to remove that 1-drop was tough. I'm still curious as to how the Demetra Unison went away, but we'll check that out, and hopefully we'll come back and get you guys another round here. So we have our Goku Zeno player scooping it up. Krillin takes the victory. awesome match to watch if you're in here. Thanks for joining us. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do that. Like the video if you could, and we'll bring it back with another round here shortly. Thanks, guys. What's up? Am I doing good? Can I ask a quick question? What? Just curious. I'm not on stream, so you're okay. I'm just curious for my own knowledge. What happened to the Demeter Z Unison? All right, we are back. We have a fun matchup here. We have blue Gogeta BR versus green Fuzamasu. I am a little bit nervous about this matchup because I believe our Fuzamasu player is playing Commemorative Photo, so I will be disappointed if Commemorative Photo gets played on turn 1 and the game is over, but it will showcase one of the most interesting troll cards that Bandai has ever printed. So let's get some life back here on the screen for both players. I believe they're just finishing up side decking, and then they're going to get started. Right off the jump, I would kind of lean towards Zamasu in this matchup. Just any blue deck is going to struggle with the challenges that Zamasu presents. Indestructible bodies. It's going to struggle with closing the game in enough time to not get milled out, but we will see. We saw Zamasu versus Arinsu last week on stream for the PPG regional, and that did not go well for the blue deck. So we'll see if that's a repeat here, or if maybe some of the support that Gogeta has received in the recent tournament packs will be useful here for it. So they're going to get started. I believe Zamasu is going first. And we just have a 1-drop Zamasu that draws a card and then a pass. You can put it in rest mode to mill your opponent, but it does not look like we are going to do that here. All right, so there you go. Right off the jump, we see one of the new promos for the deck being played. You can just activate main and discard the card from your hand and draw a card, which is very useful for getting a dual name and drop for your Union Fusions. And then it looks like we have the leader ability being activated here, swinging to go top 5 and adding a blue Saiyan from hand to deck. So super combos, SCRs, all viable search targets here for blue Gogeta, which is pretty neat. He does pick up the 5-drop Gogeta Fusion Warrior debut, which is a Union Fusion with Deflect. It'll draw a card when you fuse. It'll give your leader 5,000 power for the turn, and then you can place it in the drop, and at the end of the turn, you get 1 mono blue energy back to active mode. So we see a swing. It looks like we're Z-charging the side deck card for the Unison, and then putting another fusion piece in drop, and then we're going to pay 1 to Union Fuse right into that 5-drop that was searched. That will get the Z energy requirements for Awakening to go off. The awakened condition is just when your life is at 4 or less, or when you have 3 or more Z energy. So by fusing, putting those 2 cards into Z energy, you get to 3. So pretty cool turn 1 awaken. The leader, when it awakens, just draws 2 and then puts you down to 6. So let's get those life corrected here. And then our Zamasu player is taking a few hits already here and is down to 5. And then it looks like we have a pass back over to Zamasu. We're popping that 5-drop, getting the energy back, and restanding an energy. So pretty good turn for Gogeta. Push some damage. You definitely want to be able to push damage early. The more you can do before Zamasu kind of builds advantage is really good. We have the Zamasu playing the soon-to-be limited to 1 Z Unison here, which allows for the deck to awaken. So Zamasu will swing on the front side. On the front side, you just search top 5 for a green god and then add to hand. And then I would assume we'll see an Awaken after that, which is just a draw one, untap one, and go down to 6. The Zamasu player is already at 5, so no reason for that. We do see a Cunning Trio here come down for the Gogeta player, which will limit some of the Z charging ability of the Zamasu player. But with the Z Unison already out, not as impactful as it would be if that were played before Zamasu is able to generate a Z. So looks like that attack goes through. Our Gogeta player goes down to 5 life. And then we're going to mill 1 with that Zamasu that we played last turn. And then we're going to evolve using your Goku Black from the drop. It's actually not evolve. I apologize. That is a fusion. And we will go into the Fuse Zamasu Cleansing Despair, which will draw you a card. Mill your opponent 2 with the leader. And then when it attacks, you draw a card and you use a battle card from under it in a combo. So we'll see if that gets hit by the Cunning Trio. Gets it out of the way. Interesting that the Zamasu player is choosing to kind of swing, push the pressure. I guess it makes sense here. I guess it makes sense. I'm not 100% sure. The Cunning Trio is going to get rid of that combo anyway, so you won't gain any value there, but might push a damage. I'm not sure how much damage you really want to push as Zamasu. It seems like if you're going the mill strategy, that you want to just kind of hold your opponent at a high life. Especially, I would assume here that the Gogeta player is playing the 4 life super combo to the Goku that bottom decks 1 draws 2. So we'll see if that's the case. All right, so swinging with the Z Unison just to get a Z energy. The Z energy is going to play the Z extra. And then probably a pass, and then we'll likely see a dormant here on the very first swing, which will clear the Pilaf Shumai and kind of limit some of the aggression that the Gogeta player can pull off here. But not a terrible start for Gogeta. All right, and as predicted, we do see a dormant potential unleashed. That is free because the Unison is in play. And as predicted, we do see a dormant. So the Zamasu player will pitch another card and then clear up to 2 total costs of battle cards on Gogeta's board, which would just be the Cunning Trio. And then this attack goes through, and then the Gogeta player will have 1 more swing. So always hurts when you are only putting a single strike through into a dormant. You always kind of want to swing tall into dormant so that they have to deal with that. But looks like we're attacking the Unison here, which is not the path in general I would take if we're going to try and push the pressure and get Zamasu to low life before it gets too far gone. But we will see. So it looks like we have our Gogeta player playing 1 energy for the practicing fusion Z extra. That will Z stack 2 cards. It'll Z stack the Whis and the Golden Frieza. And then it says activate main, place 1 of your Z energy into its owner's job, look up top 5 from the top of your deck, add up to 1 blue Gogeta BR card from your hand, shuffle your deck, and if you added a card, you discard a card. So. And now we have the Z Unison getting played out from underneath. With 2 markers, so a good 20k 4-cost Z Unison. It has a plus or minus 0 ability to place 1 of your Z energy into its owner's job. Choose 1 of your leaders, battle cards, or unisons. And when 1 of your opponent's cards attacks, switch the attack target to the chosen card. And then switch up to 1 of your energy to active mode at the end of the battle. So we see the 5-drop fusion out there again. You would assume that's the redirect target. All right, so we pass back to Zamasu. And that fusion target is just, it gains 5k until the end of your opponent's turn and barrier. So it's a 20k swing that restands and is a barrier blocker. So we did that here. We get the Zamasu's ability to combo from underneath it to combo and then probably eventually Z charge a card. And we'll see. So comboing 2 cards here, putting a dual name in the drop and then another 8 drop in the Z energy. Hmm. All right, so we get the 8 drop Zumasu coming down. Is an EX Evolve for 1 green, goes on top of a 5, draws a card, and when it's played, your opponent will end up milling 3, and then choose up 20 of your opponent's battle cards and KO it and place the top 2 cards. So the KO and the mill, KO doesn't come into play here because the 5 drop Gogeta has barrier, but then it also has an activate battle. If there's a card under this card, place all the cards under it into the drop, choose up to 1 of your Zamasu cards, switch it to active mode, and it gets plus 5,000 power for the turn. So typically we see that used with the leader. Dump the cards underneath, restand the leader, and get an extra draw. Looks like might just be restanding the 8 drop here for an extra swing, so we'll see if that's the case. It looks like the Gogeta does die in battle there. And then when it must have been the redirect off the Whis Unison, and when that after that battle you get to restand energy. So now that Reese did the energy, the Gogeta player has the energy to play Heroic Prospect, which does limit the amount of aggression the Zamasu player can put out, but the Zamasu player really shouldn't be too affected by a prospect. So plays a 5 drop Zamasu. The 5 drop Zamasu is a Union Patara for 1 to draw 2 cards. And then you add a card from under it to your Z energy and you choose up to 1 of your opponent's cards and KO it. So you'd assume dump a card, KO the prospect, replays a Z Unison, and looks like we have a pass. So with only 1 marker, no, Charismatic Villain is not live. Dormant Potential is live here. Still don't see a multicolored energy from the Zamasu player yet, so that's interesting. Oh, we have a charge of an Encouraging Presence Monaka in case we want to give our leader double strike and swing multiple times with the Gogeta leader. That's a cool tech card. So you have to assume if you are the Gogeta player that you're going to be playing into a dormant potential here. So how do you play around that? What is your best opportunity to swing into dormant and deal some damage? Right, so you'd assume you want to see a really tall card here. This 5 drop fusion is not necessarily that. So this guy is a Union Fusion. You place 2 of your Z energy into the drop, and when this card is played, activate the skill during this turn. The next time you would play a blue Gogeta card with Union, it gains barrier for the turn. So might be doing that to give the 8 drop barrier. Now this is a card that you definitely would like to see swinging into dormant. So it is a Union Fusion for 2. You have to have 3 or more energy. It is a 35k double striker. When it's played, you choose up to 3 of your opponent's battle cards and place them at the bottom of the owner's deck in any order. Obviously, does not do anything into indestructible. but he swings with it and then forces the homicidal clones, which is interesting because now if the Zamasu player wants to dormant, we'll be able to block dormant and then block, which is okay, which is what we see here. But we'll have one more swing here to put some damage through. So looks like we're gonna get the block. I do just want to get the other effect out here for the 8-drop Gogeta. It says auto place 2 of your Z energy into the owner's drop. When your opponent uses cards in a combo, your opponent places 1 card from their hand at the bottom of their deck, and then you negate this skill for the battle. So you can kind of kill some combos that your opponent has. Looks like we swung into the unison there with the last swing and then pass. So again, killing the Z unison is essentially just letting that Z Unison act as a negate for the Zamasu player, which I don't necessarily think you want to be doing. I think you want to be putting as much pressure on the leader as possible. Because as this starts to get later in the game, the Zamasu player will be able to mill multiple cards a turn. And Gogeta BR's best ability is that it draws cards. So definitely going to be an uphill battle here. We do have both players since of that homicidal close. We do have both players at 4 life. So seems like super combos will be live. I wish I had a more efficient way to give you a deck count for Gogeta, but we will see as it goes through. The barrier that was given falls off at the end of turn, so that dies right away from the 5-drop, which is smart. You want to get rid of that before you combo. And now we have another Z Unison coming into play. Hmm. So it looks like we're setting up a Union Fusion here. We have the Unison ability to play the 1-drop from the Z deck with its skills negated, and then we use a go-to block, I assume, from the drop to play this 5-drop Zamasu. This guy draws a card when he's played, and then you auto place 1 card from under this card into the owner's drop. When it attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 5 or less and KO it, and choose up to one of your opponent's unisons and remove a marker from it. So let's see if that procs. Yep. So we get the Whis down to 1, we clear a body, and then we see a defending friends. So the leader can swing freely here. The leader gets 5k on swing, so be curious to see if he wants to clear the Whis. That would work. And then could swing the Zamasu Unison, which is a 5k, into the defending friends to get rid of that value and really pass back with a clear board. We'll see what the priority is here. Could get a Dimension Magic, soon to be banned Dimension Magic on either of these swings. Potentially to protect the Unison, I would assume. This is probably just the Gawasu into the defending friends to just get a little bit of value. Not sure if it's just deciding not to Z charge there. Okay, so that's a redirect. And then get buyback the energy. So that might protect the Unison. We'll see. We get the leader swing, draw a card, and now the Z Unison is dead. So we could see another. Oh, okay. Beta more. An older card that prevents your opponent from swinging with. Let me just verify. I believe it is 5 or more. It might be 6. Let me just verify that. It has been quite a while since I've seen Beta more come out. Used to be in green side decks everywhere, but less so. Yeah. So your opponent can't attack with battle cards energy cost 5 or more until the start of the next main phase. So quite a good card against Gogeta BR, where almost every battle card they want to swing with is a 5 or higher. There are a couple of cards in the deck that you could play. Both of the dual names are 4 costs, and then there are smaller fusion targets that are 3s. We'll see. There's your unison can swing, your leader can swing twice, so it's not necessarily the end of the world, but we'll see here. We did an Android 18 Z unison, which should help do a little bit of hand control, but ultimately it's just a target for your Zamasu opponent to swing into. So while I what are you going to do, basically, is the question. This does give you a double striker to swing if we're expecting a dormant here, but this could just be a hard negate. The leader will swing. This would be a good time for the Encouraging Presence Monaka. All right, so we're going double strike into the Z Unison. That's 3 Z Unisons down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Looks like 22 cards in deck, so still probably 3 turns away. 2 turns away from getting milled, depending on how many cards are drawn a turn here. All right, now we're tapping out, assuming we're going to get an energy back with Android 18, so that's okay. We're going to tap out for a fusion, and we will get the 5 drop. Now believe we've already seen this guy deflect. Bottom deck's a card, and then if your leader's blue Gogeta, you discard a card and draw 2. So definitely don't want to be doing that. Don't want to be drawing 2 there. You can't swing. Leader swings here. Yep, we get a super combo from the Zamasu player. Pitching a Dark Death Ball, interesting. Kind of a floodgate stopper. And now we did another swing by the Gogeta player, drawing another card. Makes me a little nervous. And then we did a combo here. And our Zamasu player will just use the Z extra there, which gives you 10k combo power for free. No Z energy needs to be dumped for that one. So very efficient play. We get the untap of the energy for the Android 18, and then we pass. So it'd be interesting to see how Zamasu goes about this. I would play another Unison because it seems like our opponent will swing into it and use 2 swings on it each time, or use a double strike onto it, which not the end of the world for the Zamasu player. I would assume our Zamasu player is going to swing into the Android 18 Z Unison and try and just farm some value by not giving the Gogeta player a combo step. But Zamasu does have to start getting some milling done, and we're going to do that here by fusing, going on top, and getting to mill 2 with this 5 drop. I just could have swung for. You want the swing here, though. It does not restand, so that does make sense. And this is our combo Zamasu, so we're gonna build a Z energy here. So we swung both into the Z Unison. You assume we're gonna we get another 5, which will draw 2, mill 1. There's the super combo that we spoke of, so there's 1 at least gone. So we're gonna swing leader. And now the Z Unison is gone. Still 3 energy to work with. No multi, so no Nimbus coming down, which is interesting. Seems like that's one of the best aspects of the deck, is that it allows for that interaction with Nimbus and Dormant, right? So if your opponent leads with a big tall swing, you get the Nimbus. If they don't, you get the Dormant. It gives you so much flexibility as a Zamasu player. But we see 2 energy here for another Beta More. So second Beta More, which it does limit some of the aggression, but also you're not milling cards if you're paying 2 for Beta More. So we'll see if this works out. Now swinging into the leader. The one crazy thing about the Zamasu, besides all of the milling it does, is that it can just win the old-fashioned way. If all these bodies stick and you don't have a floodgate and you just get hit with 20s over and over, it is very strong. So we see the dual name coming down there, which is, I'm not sure if that's the best play, since it can get got by the 5 drop with its ability, but the dual name comes down there, and when it's played, you get the draw card. And when you play it with the activate battle for 1 energy, you do give one of your cards 5,000 power for the battle. So might help you combo out there, but also drew you a card. And we don't want to be drawing more cards than we have to with Gogeta BR, right? We want to be trying to limit the draws and keep Zamasu from milling us out. We want it to be very hard at the end of the game to get those last few cards. We don't want to do the work for them. So with your leader swinging twice and drawing 2 cards, and almost all of your fusion targets drawing cards, it is difficult to not, mill yourself as well. So I am curious to see what SCR the Gogeta player is playing. I'm not sure if it's been milled or not. I don't think I saw it milled, but Beast Gohan's very helpful. The Gogeta is a very strong SCR, but gets you a lot of cards, so we'll see. So we get another Android 18 Z Unison here. We'll bottom deck another card from hand, get the untap at the end of the turn. This can swing. This would be a good swing into Dormant. There's no Z Unison this time to swing into, so you'd assume this is going to go. Okay, I'm not sure about this. I'd probably swing the double strike first into Dormant, but maybe we're reading, no, okay, yep, always a Dormant. So we draw a card, and assuming we get a combo here, our Zamasu player should be able to combo out of this swing fairly reasonably. It's difficult to tell the hand size without Zamasu's hand on screen, but going to assume been drawing a fair amount of cards. Should be okay. Let's see here. We get 1 energy for the activate battle dual name that we just saw to draw a card. Probably give the leader 5k for the battle. We got to make this at least 25, I think, just to make sure that we get a super combo out of Zamasu's hand. Yep, so we just combo that one right off, make that 25. We get the super, and then we're going to get one more combo card here. So there's a Zamasu player to stay. Oh, we're going to get another super. Okay. So that's 3. That's 3. We're getting through them. All right, and then we get the swing with the double strike, and we get a token negate there. I think I would have preferred switching that order and swinging with the double strike first, but so now it's really just a game of numbers. Zamasu doesn't have to. I'm assuming at 4 life. We just counted the deck, and I missed it because I was watching the Zamasu player, unfortunately. But we were at 22 last time, and we've seen quite a few cards drawn and milled. So this is going to be a 6 energy turn. 10 mill, quite a few cards here. I don't know if we can get the entire deck, but living 1 more turn, in theory, there's 1 more dormant viable. That should be around. All right, so here's a mill 3. with this 8 drop. There's another super, target, and a dimension magic. Picked up commemorative photo and is showing his opponent. I don't know if we're going to get that on stream. That would be pretty questionable at this point to ruin a game like this with a commemorative photo, but we get a swing and we get a defending friends into a Bujin counterplay. Interesting. So defending friends still will negate, but the floodgate is not live. I'm not sure if the Zamasu player is thinking that we're just going to try and win the game the old-fashioned way. Seems like we're pretty close to milling out the Dojita player, so this is an interesting strategy. We're going to swing with leader. That'll draw us a card, gain 5k on swing, so it'll be a 20k swing coming in. We know at least 2 super combos are done. We're going to use the 8 drop to restand the leader and give it 5k, I believe, for the battle. So that should be 25 coming in. Oh no, that is a 5k buff for the turn, so that'll be 2 25k swings. All right. Oh, but this is just going into the Z Unison. Okay. We have another 5 drop coming down, which will mill the opponent 2 cards. Swing here. I'm assuming this is going to go into the Z Unison to take care of that last card. We get a draw on swing. And then you get a Z combo here. Or a combo from underneath. But no Z charge. Okay. Wants to go to a black fusion target in the drop to continue fusion. It's 4, 5, 6. That's 7 or 8 cards left. I don't think we can get that all with 3 energy. We're going to get 2 more here. We're going to swing and put on some pressure. And we're going to get a cunning trio, which is going to draw a card, which is an interesting strategy. We're going to get rid of a card there to pop the cunning trio. So could remove a keyword, could remove indestructible, I guess, but I don't think we're going to see a Tefla super combo here to remove any indestructible guys, so it just gets rid of the Z Unison there. I'm not sure if that cunning trio is worth it to draw yourself a card and then not get any effects off of it, but we'll see. 2 energy still up here for Zamasu. We see a swing, and then we're going to get a Sensu Bean. And another Sensu Bean. Wonder what we're setting up here, if anything, or just a floodgate. Okay. So maybe the indestructible getting removed here will play a role. If that did happen, pay 1, get rid of one of them. Yep. Okay. So maybe it had a little bit more usefulness than I initially anticipated, but 3 cards in deck, 2 energy to get 3 cards. Let's see. There's a go to black. That you only really need to get 2 because your opponent has to draw for turn. So this should get 1. And then assuming this is interesting because your opponent will draw 1. I'm not sure if there's another go to black, that would be enough to get it. I'm not sure if they run both of them. Nope, we get a pass here. But now this is a tricky spot for the Dojita player because you have to play your entire turn without drawing a card. And doing that in this deck, I guess, if you have Beast Gohan, you could put two underneath. That would be very useful here. But all of these fusions, most of them, require you to draw a card, right? So they either draw on play or draw on swing, typically. So, or they have some type of draw effect. So this is an interesting spot to be in for the Dojita player. Not sure how he's going to navigate around this. Plays the Golden Frieza Z Unison. Let's see if I can find that here. A lot of lists are not running that card, but we do have one. It is a blocker. When it's played, you get to add up to 1 blue Gogeta BR card from your Z Energy to your hand, so that's pretty useful if you need the 8-drop back. Have to connect with 3 damage here before you draw a card. I'm just not sure how that happens. So we get the fusion, the 8-drop. It will be able to bottom deck the tokens, the Goku block, maybe the Bujin. You actually get some targets here. They're not all indestructible, so that's nice. Now, depending on the SCR being played, if you land this double, looks like only a few cards left in hand as well, but you could land this double strike and then burn your opponent for 1 with Beast Gohan. That's a possibility. We'll see how this plays out. 8-drop is going to swing. Three cards in hand for our Gogeta player. 1 card in deck. Cannot swing with leader. So will this be a dormant? 1 energy? Nope. And this looks like an activate battle Goku Black, which will, I believe, mill the opponent a card and end the game. Yeah, so kind of an anti-climatic finish to that one. I'm not sure. Maybe didn't have it on his own turn. I'm not sure what the reasoning there was for not just playing it on his own turn, but ends up playing it on his opponent's turn and wins the game outright with mill. So interesting matchup. It's definitely hard for any blue deck to kind of combat Zamasu mill. Hopefully with the upcoming ban list, it will see less play moving forward with only 1 Z Unison. But that was an interesting one. So thanks for joining us, guys, for round 2. And we will come back and hopefully a little bit quicker than last time. I know they working the kinks out and making sure that they have all the pairings right and everything. So it took them a little bit to get going, but hopefully we'll get back to round 3 pretty quickly here. Try and find some more interesting leaders for you guys to watch, and we'll catch you when we come back. So thanks for joining me. If you haven't subscribed, hit that button, and we'll see you in a few minutes. All right, guys, we are back. Just gonna make sure the audio is coming through. All right, guys, we are back. Just gonna make sure the audio is coming through. All right, so we've got two newer decks here on stream. We have the Sun Goku Pan and Trunks Trio deck versus the Black Universe 7 team up deck. So two leaders out of the last set BT30. I'm just going to pull up some sample deck lists here so I make sure I know the interactions. U7 I'm familiar with. We've seen that a lot in the current metagame. It's been played quite a bit, has a lot of strong utility. Unfortunately, white has not really broken through in the current meta, so we have not seen a ton of this. I have played against it. Dylan from the Turtle Club and I made some videos when the set first dropped to kind of preview the decks and see what they could do, but have not seen it come up in competitive play. I know it does rely on its 1-drops to kind of reduce the cost of its guys to come in. Has some cool tools, but we'll see. So it looks like we have the U7 player activating the Burst 3, and then Z charging 1, playing the Chilai. So it has 4 in drop, and then the Chilai will let them put 1 more in the drop. So now you kind of have this lock that U7 likes to use, where if you swing at the Unison, you will likely get power bursted since 5 are in the drop and sparking is live. And if you play a card, you're going to get counterplayed on turn 1. So difficult for a lot of decks to navigate. So the trio leader on the front side will add a card from life to hand, go top 5 for a white Saiyan, and then shuffle. Needs to be at 5 or less life to awaken. And then on the back side, it draws on swing. It has an activate main / battle once per turn, where you choose one of your cards and switch it to revealed mode, and you choose up to one of your white Goku, Trunks, or Pan battle cards, switch it to active mode, and gets 5,000 power for the turn. And it also has an activate main to play one of the little 4Ks from your hand. So here we see searching for the Sun Goku Strong Bonds 5-drop, which is 20k critical body. When it attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost of 4 or less, ignoring barrier, and KO it. So it does have access to some barrier removal, which is nice for white. It costs 2 to 1 white and 1 colorless to play it. If your opponent has 2 or more energy, you draw 1 and do that. But these 1-drops, like the one that we see on field now, this one is a top 5 searcher, or top 3 searcher, sorry, for a white Saiyan card. And it has an activate main. If your leader is a white Pan, you discard 1 card from your hand, switch this card to hidden mode. During this turn, the next time you activate an activate main skill on a white Sun Goku GT or Pan, reduce the skill cost by 1. So that will reduce the cost of the battle cards coming out. So you need those for the engine to kind of function. Otherwise, you're paying double for the cards. But looks like we have that. And then just to pass back over to U7. And U7 will Z charge a card. Search for the Goku. We're a turn away from being able to see that card come out. Now U7 just needs 5 U7s in either Z energy or drop to awaken. We definitely know there was 5 in drop last turn. And we had another burst 3. So I'm assuming here we have 5 U7s. We'll see. Yep, so we didn't awaken. The awaken here is just to draw 2 and go down to 6 life. And then the leader on swing will draw you a card, and it has an activate battle. If you have 2 or more Black Universe 7 cards in your combo area, you can switch it to active mode. So did another swing. So we see that swing go through. The Trunks player, the trio player is happy to take that. Needs to get to 5 to awaken. So now we see this Dohan. This Dohan's a strong engine card. You can play it for 1 energy. If you have 2 or more, you draw a card, play it. And then if this card isn't in a battle, use up to 1 black, use 7 card from your drop in a combo with it still is negated for the turn. So you get 1 for free when it's not in a battle, and then you can combo another one from hand and get your leader to restand. So that's a very strong interaction. All right, we're going to see the trio deck go down to 5. So it can await the next turn. We'll see if U7 can push any more damage here. Yep, so the other, it's similar to the Gohan. This Piccolo card does not draw, but on play it would warp a 6 or less, which will get that 1 drop out of there. And then it has the same activate battle. If it's not in a battle, you can use up to 1 black U7 card from your drop with it still is negated. So be interesting to see here what the line of play is. The Piccolo could swing, use the Gohan's ability, combo 1 more card, and then you could get the leader to restand. Might be where we're going because you make that card back up with the draw. We'll see if the trio player wants to negate here to kind of prevent that interaction, because this is 2 more potentially damaging swings. Nope, it's going to combo 2 cards to get out of it. Z charge 1. Oh boy. Now we have an Overrealm, which is going to easily use both the Gohan and the Piccolo here. So we have an Overrealm that's going to be a pretty tall swing, and then we're going to have the leader swing. So a lot of damage potentially here. We have a Chilai +1, which will go top 3, put something in the drop. It looks like choosing no targets, so everything goes to the drop here. This is going to be a tough spot for the trio deck to play out of with the counterplay live and all this early aggression coming down. The deck really needs its 1 drops to stick. So we see a U7 card comboed here, and then we see the U7 Goku comboed from hand, which will restand the leader. So this is 30k coming in. Got to take that on the front side, especially without a super combo live. And now we see the leader swing to draw a card. We'll use the other still from either the Piccolo or Gohan, whichever wasn't procced, and that'll be a 20k swing. So could awaken here. We'll see. Might want to be using that front side ability again to search. But you do have to add a card from your life to your hand to do this, so that's probably not. So we just hit a pan here. This is the bottom deck 1 draw 2 super combo, and then we combo that Goku we searched earlier to Z energy. So we have some Z energy. A lot of aggression for an early turn, but okay here for now. Unfortunately, you have to do a lot on this turn. The Piccolo and Gohan are both going. Well, they combo from the drop, I believe. So let me just verify that they don't combo. Yeah, they combo from the drop. So with no drop at the moment, those are not live. So here comes the 1 drop. I'm assuming we're going to get hit with a counterplay here to stop him if our U7 player has it. So this 1 drop Son Goku goes top 5 for a White Saiyan energy cost of 5 or less. And then it also has the same abilities that I read earlier on the trio card that was out. It has an activate main skill that if you pitch a card from your hand and switch it to hidden mode during this turn, the next time you activate main on a white pan or Trunch GT card, you get to reduce its steal cost by 1. So it's an untap 1, draw 1 leader. We've done the effect here to reduce the cost of a card. We'll see what comes down. We get the 5 drop pan. That comes down for 1. It is a double striker. When it attacks, you choose up to 1 of your white battle cards and it gains barrier until the end of your opponent's turn. So you could do that. But it says if you have 3 or more energy and you play this card from hand, can't do it. I'm going to undeafen here for just a moment. I believe
Damn.
you need 3
Okay.
energy for that, right? Stepping in. Hopefully they're not too mad at me. The Goku is live. You can play that. Your opponent has to have 2 or more, so that's fair. Can do that one. The Pan, I think you have to wait a turn. All right, so we have that swing connecting. Leader swing to the U7 player, going down to 5 life. That's part of the problem with the white decks. A lot of their plays are locked behind 3 energy, so it makes it difficult to kind of handle this early aggression, especially without a true floodgate. We'll see what the play is here. He's going to go to the Z deck and play the Goku. That would be a tragedy to see that get counterplay, but this is a dual attacker with deflect, 20k. When this card attacks, you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, switch it to hidden mode, and then switch it to revealed mode at the end of your opponent's turn. So could get 2 markers off the unison here, or could just switch these. Could be swinging into one of them and hiding the other. That's a possibility. Yep, so it looks like we're swinging into unison. Does not want to give the U7 player any more ammo here. This will be a hard turn to defend. So we'll just assume we're going to swing again, hide the Piccolo. So cleared board, but now just the marker to kind of defend. And you do have an active mode hidden card there. So you could use the extra card negate that came out in set 28, I believe, the Battles of Gods of Destruction, that negates the attack and then draws a card. So that's some defense there. Looks like our U7 player has 3Z energy. If they want to use the ability to give 5k to their leader, they can do that. The Beerus also will play from the Z energy for an energy. As long as you place 1 Black Universe 7 card from your warp into your drop, you can play it. It'll come down and it'll minus 25,000 power from a battle card. And it is a 20k critical swing, so. Yep, and that's exactly what happens, so that's very efficient. I would think the U7 player would want to use the Chila Unison to plus a marker here just to do that effect before we open up any activate battle steps or anything where an opponent can play a card, but we will see the negate here on the critical swing, like we talked about, to hide an energy, rest the hidden mode card in the battle area, negate and draw card. All right, now we did the leader swing. We'll see what the plan is. Could leave this at 15k. Could just go right into the extra card that combos 2 cards and provides double strike for the leader. That's a possibility here, but nope, just 15k. Combos 1. Those do combo from the drop, so I'm not sure how much of a drop he's got going at the moment. Looks like he puts Evil Sane into the warp with the Chula Unison effect, which is crazy. Can do that next turn. So here we see the 17 and Frieza. This is a barrier dual attack. When it attacks, you use a black U7 card from your drop with its skills negated for the turn. And it has an activate battle. If it's not in battle, you can use it in a combo, and it is a 10k combo. So just another way for you to proc the leader ability and get 2 cards in the combo area to restand. Or just build that Z energy so that way you can use the leader effect. So we did a uh, combo here from the drop. You can combo the multicolors, which is pretty strong. That is a 10k coming out for free, and then comboing the Goku, I assume, from hand to restand the leader. So this is a 30k swing coming in. So we're going to have to see probably two super combos or a super and two cards from hand, which is quite the tax here. Yep, so it's going to be two cards from hand, and we have another swing coming in here, which will, again, just combo that Beerus. The Piccolo and Gohan are going to be revealed at the end of the turn, and that's going to be another thing that the trio deck has to answer, because you're going to get so many free combos there for that. All right, so we get the SR negate from the last set, set 29. And I believe that will hide cards on your opponent's board for every hidden mode card you have. There's only two, so you do get two there. Yep, it negates. Choose any number of your opponent's battle cards up to the number of hidden mode cards and switch them to hidden mode, and then they get revealed at the end of the turn. All right, so we have our trio player down to 3 life here. That's a tough spot to be in, playing against Black U7 with Evil Saint in the warp. Assuming that the U7 player can survive the turn, you're going to lead off the next turn with Evil Saint, put your opponent to 2, and then any leader swing from that point on is potentially lethal. So, not the best spot for our trio player here. All of these cards are going to get flipped back over. The 3 cost 17 and Frieza can combo itself, activate battle. So you have a lot of free combos here on the board with not a very efficient way to clear the board here for GT. So I'm not sure what the path is. Not sure what SCR the white player would be playing, but we couple options to clear board, but you are, I think you're at least a turn away from that. So it looks like we just use the leader ability here to get 5k by dumping 3Z energy. We're going to flip that 1-drop back over, pitch a card. Or maybe not pitch a card. So we get this 3-drop Trunks. That comes down for 1 if you have 2 or more energy. When it's played, you can add a life, and then add up to 1 of the 1-drops from your deck to your hand, and then shuffle. All right, so we see that 1-drop being played by the leader, and then searching the SR from the set, the Trunks Pan, and Son Goku. All right, so we see a very pretty card here. The 8-drop Sun Goku coming down. This is a very strong card. It's a double striker 30k. It comes down for 2 energy. When this card is played or attacked, choose up to one of your hidden. Sorry, choose up one of your opponent's battle cards, switch it to hidden mode, and then switch it to revealed mode at the end of your opponent's turn. So similar to the Goku from the Z deck. And then has an activate main, switch this card to hidden mode, choose up to one of your cards, and switch it to revealed mode. So we see the leader activating there, which is to choose one of your cards, switch it to revealed mode, and then choose up to one of your white Son Goku, Pan, or Trunks battle cards, switch it to active mode, and get plus 5,000 power for the turn. So essentially a 35k dual attacker. So our U7 player takes the hit there, is going to go down to 3 life as well. And now we have another swing in. See if we did a negate here. Hides the Beerus. Remember that 17 can combo itself, activate battle speed, and it is a 10k combo. So that is quite a bit of value. That might have been the card to hide there, but yep, so that comes down. So now we're already at 30. It looks like we're comboing up on this to make it a 40k swing, but U7 should have enough cards in hand to get out of that, and it does. So we see that. And now we have a 15k blocker on board with Trunks and 3 life. Seems like it might be hard to defend here. Maybe a Protector of the People is an option, but the leader swings twice. We know we're going to get Evil Saiyan. So this is a rough spot for the white player. Yep. So we get a pass. I think these cards stay hidden through the turn cycle. Let's verify that on the... Yep, and then switch it to revealed mode at the end of your opponent's turn. So, like I said, we get the Evil Saiyan. I would think we warp the blocker, but it looks like the trio player only has five or so cards in hand. So tough spot to be in, having to defend Evil Saiyan and a potential double strike on the leader. All right, so we're warping the 8 cost. We're going to look at... Oh, we're going to get a Beerus counterplay. Okay, so the 7-drop Beerus counterplay from Realm of the Gods. That is a barrier blocker that comes down if you sacrifice a hidden mode card in your battle area and place it into the drop. So you dump one hidden mode card and now you get a barrier blocker. So that might change the target of Evil Saiyan. I guess if you window 2, it's not. Interesting. It's got to be there for either to be warped or be taken control of. So I assume that's what we're going to do. There is no valid target, though, for it to be taken control of, with everything else on U7's board being hidden. So we get rid of a life there. Now we are down to 2. We have a blocker on board. Not sure how we got rid of both cards, but now we have an energy being paid for a Goku double striker to warp that blocker. removing 10 cards from the game in order to gain 10k and double strike. So, quite a few double strikes on board potentially. We're going to see the swing in here. There will be a negate. The Gohan negate, that is a strong card from the Universe 7 deck. If you have a hidden mode card in your battle area, it's reduced. And then when it's played, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, switch it to hidden mode, and then switch it to reveal at the end of the turn. So you negate the attack, and you get to hit the Evil Saiyan, which is very nice. And now, if the double strike exists here, you have to have Key to the Sparking. If not, we're probably in trouble. But if there is no double strike extra card, then we might see white get another turn. Nope, there's the one energy. Let's see. Looking at the drop, I assume this extra card is coming down. Yep. Decisive combo attack will let you combo with 2 cards from the drop and give your leader double strike for the turn. And, yep, nothing you can do about that. And it looks like Gohan was not enough. We have the black U7 player taking it there, bringing our trio player down from 2 life with the double strike to 0, and the end of the game there. So that was an interesting one. It's the same thing that a lot of these white decks struggle with, is just getting to bridge till you get to a point where you can start to play the game. And a lot of the best plays are locked behind 3 energy, and currently in the format there's a lot of decks that can just get out ahead without those restrictions. And you can see it here with the U7 deck just really being able to stack a lot of pressure and prevent a lot of what the trio deck was trying to do from happening. So it'll be nice to see if they start giving white some more generic support, some ways to get around that in the early turns. You know, there's a lot of strong white cards that have been printed and a lot of potential for the decks. You know, Belmont seems like a really strong deck, but just with everything being locked behind 3 energy, it is difficult in those early turns to really build much advantage. So we'll see if they start to address that. Hopefully it does not become too overtuned, but that was a good display of what the U7 deck can do and really put decks in a tough spot. Especially, we didn't even really see the counterplay come into play there, but just the threat of the counterplay being live makes it weird. You have to play around it. You have to try and find a way to just not get got by it. So good display there. We will be back in a little bit with another round. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so now, and we'll catch you in a little bit. Alright, we should be back and live. Alright, we should be back and live. We've got SS4 Vegeta, aka Ramp Vegeta, versus Gogeta BR, a blue versus blue matchup. One last hurrah for Dimension Magic. Maybe that's why we were selected to stream this game as a final goodbye to our friend. So these guys are just getting the side deck going, and then we'll get into the game here shortly. So these guys are just getting We have already seen Gogeta BR on stream today. We have not seen Ramp Vegeta. I'm going to assume that this is not using the upcoming proxies or the upcoming promos as proxies. So just regular old Ramp Vegeta. Still an awesome deck. Should have an okay time into another blue deck that'll give it a little bit of time to get going. I'm going to pull up some lists here just so I have them ready for you guys so I can read specific cards in case we're not familiar. No matter what deck list I pull up, there will be a missing card that gets played, so we'll see how we do. Alright, looks like we're getting going. Ramp Vegeta going second, Gogeta just going first, passing, and then we have Ramp Vegeta swinging, and the Gogeta player just using the future banned card Dimension Magic to negate the attack. And that's all that Vegeta does. It passes back over to Gogeta. Gogeta swings. We get a Cunning Trio here. Very strong card in preventing your opponent from gaining Z energy. Gogeta awakens with 3 Z energy, so that will be relevant. And he just throws down the double combo just to make sure. And chooses not to use the Cunning Trio effect there because he already needed his Z energy, so why not? So Ramp Vegeta down to 7. We see a Union Fusion here, which will get us to 3 Z energy for Gogeta to awaken. This fusion target here comes down for 1 blue. When it attacks, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of the other's deck. So that will likely get the Cunning Trio. And then it has an activate main. If your leader's a blue Gogeta BR card and you discard 1 card from your hand, draw 2 cards. We see that promo, new promo for the deck in the Z energy. That you can just pitch that from your hand to draw a card and get a fusion piece in the drop, which is very helpful for the deck. So we see a swing. Vegeta goes down to 6. I don't know why we went to such a low life total for Gogeta. They awakened, they went to 6. I must have hit the wrong button. And then we see a pass back to Vegeta. So eventually here, Vegeta has to land a swing if it wants to ramp. It's going to swing, and we'll see if we just get a negate. Yep, just another Dimension Magic to thwart the progress here, and we'll see if there's another play to be made. The new promos coming out for the deck somewhat help this problem by the Bulma will let you flip over, but you lose that draw and awaken, and you have to Z-charge to make it all happen. So while you do get to flip over and get 2 bites at the apple if your opponent counterplays you, it can be tough to win a game with 5 or 6 cards in hand. So balancing act for sure. All right, we're going to burn the marker N2 energy to play out a Glorio. Glorio will ramp 1 card on play, not the card you want to see ramped. Here has CR, but I'm assuming we're going to see a Zeno super combo, so should be able to get that out of life, or out of energy. Sorry, the Glorio is a deflect dual attack 19k. When it's played, it ramps the top card of your deck into your energy in rest mode, and it gains barrier for the turn. And it also has an activate main to pay 1, draw a card, bottom deck one of your opponent's turn, and get 5,000 power for the turn. Obviously, here can't do that, so we just get a pass. We see the promo being pitched again. When you union fuse with it, it also plays out the Z extra, which is how that got into play, which is very nice for the deck. All right, now we see the boss card. Nice SPR there. The 8-drop Gogeta comes down for 2. If your opponent has 3 or more energy, which normally would not happen on turn 3 going first, but against Ramp Gita, it is possible. So the Glorio sticks because it has barrier. But we get a 35k double here, and Ramp Gita just takes it and goes right down to 3 life. Can awaken now, which is helpful, but it's just a draw 1 awaken, no untap here. So kind of a tough spot for the Ramp Gita player. Hopefully we see a Zeno super combo here to grab, there we go, grab back Baby Hatch, obviously, get an energy back, and can play defense. Oh. You still get the effect, but you will lose the combo power. Oh, I lied. It doesn't actually hit the it doesn't hit the combo piece. They have to bottom deck a card when they combo. I'm sorry about that. So we see, yeah, that swing, Gogeta player restands as leader. Again, this is going to happen if he can dump his energy, but does not happen on combo. This is just a negate saying synergy. Been a long time since we've seen that negate. And then we see another of the same fusion here, building up some Z energy. We see the swing, bottom deck the same synergy. And then we did another super combo, so we're 2 super combos in here. He uses the ability to make him bottom deck an extra card in hand, so you still go -1. Which is tough because Ramcheet is already operating on a pretty low hand size. Did take a lot of life, so that might help, but got a lot of work to do on this next turn. And then we're going to do another swing here with the Gogeta for 20k. And we're going to combo 2 cards from hand here. No Z energy to proc the effect again. We're just going to combo the Glorio off as well. It's interesting because that Glorio could be beneficial to help clear board, and you could pay 1, bottom deck the 8-drop, and then swing at the 2 bodies. Whether they will get cleared that easily, probably not, but we see the leader swing into a sparking dimension magic to buy back 2 energy and take a life. So our Gogeta player now is down to 5 life. Leader restands whenever your opponent counters. Gets to swing again. It does not draw again, but we will get another negate. No floodgate here, just the negate. And now Ramjita has 4 energy to try and clear the board, I assume. Alright, so we did a Goku Frieza Z Unison, which tells me that he's going to try and rely on Heroic Prospect to defend. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. We get another 2 energy tapped here and 2 Z energy for Beerus. I'm assuming wants that Beerus to get rid of the 8 cost. So that Beerus has not been. It's been a while since we've seen the Beerus. It isn't even in a lot of the current Z decks that you see, because there's so many blue cards now to play in the Z deck that it does get cut. But it is a 2-drop 2Z energy with barrier. When it attacks, you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with an energy cost greater than their current energy and place it at the bottom of the owner's deck, and it gets 5,000 power for the turn. So that'll get rid of the 8-drop. It does not have. He does not have the skills here to go for the pay 2 and switch it to active mode, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, place it at the bottom of the owner's deck, and then get dual attack. So we're just going to untap the 1 with the Goku Frieza. You would have to assume the Gogeta player is going to swing a battle card first here in order to not get punished too harshly by Heroic Prospect. Definitely don't want to swing your leader first when that is the tell. We'll see if the Vegeta player wants to Dimension Magic first to buy some energy back. Oh boy, another 8-drop. So this is going to tax the hand every time we did a combo. Has the Z energy to spend on it. It'll be interesting because even Heroic Prospect might not be enough. It might be worth bottom decking too if you can land the finishing blow. So, all right, we see the Beerus go away with the effect of the Z extra. And then we see a leader swing into the Dimension Magic like we talked about. All right, now we get a 5-drop swing. You have to assume that this is Prospect. Yep, so we see the Heroic Prospect. Oh, and we get a Begrudging Allies counterplay to stop the Heroic Prospect, which is tragic for the Ramjita player. All right, so we see a UI to get out of that swing. We're going to dump the Z to restand the leader, swing with the leader, draw another card. All right, in case you're not familiar with Begrudging Allies, if your life is at 4 or less, it's reduced by 1, and the battle card being played has an energy cost of 3 or less, it's sent to the owner's warp. So now we get the big double strike swing. You would assume another negate is coming down here. Yep, the 17. Does not look like the floodgate is live. It looks like there's 2 Z energy there. Okay, so we're going to pitch the dual name, draw a card. We know the Ramjita player still has Baby Hatch, so made it through the turn without hatching. So This will be an interesting comeback here if he can pull it off. He's got 5 energy and gets the untap. You definitely have to get rid of that 8 drop if you plan on comboing. Can't quite get to the 6 drop Vegeta yet. That's when the deck really starts to recoup cards and fight its way back into the game. Once you get to either ramp 4 or draw 4. Very nice effect. So we're going to see a swing here. We'll see if we did a negate. The Gogeta player looks to be winning the hand size battle by quite a bit. Okay, so we did another Android 17 defending friends. The tapping of the Z energy to indicate that the floodgate is live. Not really the end of the world for the Ramp Cheetah player. Not looking to put a ton of pressure here. Just needs to clear board and play some defense. So it looks like we're going to get a Deborah Unison potentially here, or maybe an Android 21 Z card. Yep, the Android 21 Z card. Z stacks the indestructible card. So now that is an indestructible blocker. And when it's played, you may place the top card of your deck into your energy and rest mode and choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of the other's deck. I'm going to assume that we're going for the 8 drop. Well, the 8 drop got Z stacked, and then we're going to bottom deck another Doji to target. So, not going to swing with this as it's a blocker. But you can activate main and choose up to 1 keyword skilled on a card placed under this card, and it gains the skill. So if it took the 8 drop, it does have double strike. So that's a nice ability here. We're going to tap one more for this Bulma. The Bulma was printed in the anniversary box a couple of years ago. It draws a card on play, and it also has an auto to pay 1. And if you're this leader, when it's using the combo from hand, you can either gain double strike for the turn or switch up to one of your mono blue energy to active mode, and this card gets plus 5,000 combo power for the battle. So essentially becomes like a free 10k combo. So if Ramcheetah can get through this turn, bridge this turn without having to baby hatch, wow, that would be quite the feat. We'll see if that ends up happening. I don't think they have many cards in hand, so have to be careful here. I don't think the Gogeta deck has any access to triple strikers. If it plays the Gogeta SCR, it could have triple attack, but I don't think there's any triple strikes available besides the 5 drop Vegito in the Z deck, which is not played very often. So we see the dual name getting added to the Z energy, and which will replace the Z extra, which is a great bit of support that the deck got last set, as we talked about. Kind of fixes the curve. In this matchup, you're not too worried about your energy curve because you get to play the long game. So we'll see the path here. We swing with the 5 drop. Okay, so we're just going to baby hatch, ending the turn basically, pitching a 6 drop Vegeta. So that reads to me that there's multiple 6 drop Vegetas. The Gogeta gets to bottom deck a card on swing, so it gets rid of the baby hatch right away. And now we're probably going to tap 3 for the Android 18 Z Unison just to tax our opponent a little more. Bottom deck a card in hand. So that's a -3 right here for the Ramcheetah player. I'm assuming there's not a ton of cards left. If that's their hand, the one card one card in hand, that is what a comeback it would be to come back from one card in hand. All right, so we get to charge the 6 here. All right, looks like the 2 cards in hand are a Vegeta and a Trunks Heroic Prospect, unfortunately flashing his hand on screen here. He made sure to re-give it Indestructible. Now he's going to swing with Leader. You always want to lead with Leader in this deck because it will restand if it gets countered, unless you swing into that, which is unfortunate. I think that might be the 4th one. If we got 3 on board currently, so quite a bit of defending friends. The only real play here I have to imagine is going into the 6-drop Vegeta and seeing what comes of it, but man, not a good spot for Ramp Cheetah here. The leader is swinging, and it looks like a 25k swing on the leader, so we combo one of the defending friends, and then we're going to super combo to get out of this one. Stay at 4. Looks like our Gogeta player also has their hand on screen a little bit, which is unfortunate, but that's how webcam events go sometimes. All right, so we did the 6-drop Vegeta. This will go top 4, and you can look at the 4 cards, and any mono blue cards can either be added to hand or energy in active mode. So you'd probably put the non-negates in the energy and put the negates in your hand. All right, so we're going 3 into energy. Dimension Magic goes to hand. It's a giant 30k blocker that restands, but that 5-drop Gogeta that's on the board will just bottom deck it on play. So we have the SS3 Vegito here coming down. This card has seen some play since it was a TP, and then it was reprinted. I believe it returns a card to your opponent's hand and can also help reset the energy. Let me see if I can find a list that has it in there. Yep, so you pay 2 and you draw a card played from hand. When it's played, you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, return it to their hand, and then at the start of your opponent's turn, you add a non-super combo card from your energy to your hand and add the same amount of cards from your hand to your energy. So get to swap out a little bit of energy there. So, oh no. All right. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. So looking through the energy, trying to figure out what to take back, showing our whole hand so our opponent knows exactly what to plan against, which is unfortunate. Puts the Dimension Magic in the energy and is going to hope to rely on some of these negates, but this looks like a pretty perilous situation for Ramp Cheetah. We're going to +0 on the Android 18 unison and get another bottom deck, leaving 2 cards in hand. I think that's what's going on, unless they're just thinking about it, but yep. So down to 2 cards in hand, 3 life. Very tough spot. All right, so we get the leader ability to pitch, draw 2. Tap 2 for the 8 to bottom deck most of the board here besides the indestructible blocker. All right, so we get the defending friends. It is live with the floodgate because of the 21Z card. We're going to get a leader swing. And we're going to combo. I believe there is enough Z energy here for... All right, so Vegeta takes the life, goes to 2. We restand the leader and swing again, I believe is what is happening. And now we get a Dimension Magic. To go back to 3. We get another draw for the Gogeta player. And now we get the double strike. Is there a negate, or is this going to be the block? This will be the block. Nothing happens. Gonna pay 3 and 2Z and just do it again. That is tough. So we're gonna bottom deck a card in hand. I'm not sure. There cannot be many left. Maybe 2. And we're gonna swing again and see if there is a negate here or not. If there is not a negate, that will be the end. Yep. So go to the BR. Takes that one from Ramjita. Had an awesome start. Had the negates in the beginning of the game to stop Ramjita from being able to ramp, and just was able to apply enough pressure that even through Baby Hatch was able to close out the game. So I'm gonna just turn off the life counter here, and I'm gonna hop around and see if I can find another game to catch, because that one did go pretty quick. So I'm gonna hop down and see what we can find. Hopefully they're okay with being streamed. Let me just go to the bright screen real quick and make sure before I put anybody on that does not want to be. All right, so I think we are back. We've got team since day one here. Let's see if we can go to Zeno. I believe already been on stream. And then we have Hatchiact on the other side. So let's see if I can find these leaders. I believe I have Hatchiact in this slideshow somewhere. Hope I didn't pass it. I probably did. There he is. Okay, so, and it looks like we are currently at 4 life for Goku and maybe 2 life for Hatch. All right, so just picking this up later in the game. We see Evil Sane already on the board. We see this fuse Zamasu dealing a damage to Goku Xeno, so going down to 3. Now it looks like we're going to get an Overrealm. Ooh. Counterplaying the token, I'm sorry. So token and gate opens up the window for the counterplay. Counterplaying the token, hitting nothing. Spirit boosting to restand this Zamasu. And looks like potentially just swooping it up, couldn't finish the game out. So unfortunately, we joined a stream and didn't get much. So I'm going to hop into the bright screen, and then we will come back. I'm not sure if there's another round or not. We'll find out. All right, we are back. We have another round here. I'm not exactly sure how this functions. I think there's one left. We have another. I think this is potentially the last round to see who makes it out of the losers bracket. We've got SS4 Gogeta versus SS4 Son Goku Daima. So two yellow decks. Ooh, and this is a good play. So we see Healing Pod on turn 1 and a pass. It's hard to tell if the Gogeta player okay, so just Healing Pod on 1. Diamond's gonna get to go second here. I think this is the first one we've had on stream. Oh, no, yeah, I guess we just had blue versus blue, so now we've got yellow versus yellow. So we see the Majin Buu here. It draws a card, and then when you evolve on top of it, the card on top gets barrier for the turn. And now we're going to see the leader swing. The leader on swing will go top 5 for a yellow Demon Realm card. So lots of targets in this deck for that. Super combo is one of the best targets. And comboing the Buu. I assume making his Z energy to set up the Z Unison next turn. Alright, so Gogeta takes the hit there, goes down to 7, not 0, 7. So we'll probably see the Z Unison here for Gogeta. It is a 15k one cost blocker Unison, and it's permanent where if it has 2 or fewer markers on it, it can't attack or activate blocker. And it has a +1 when your multicolor pan or multicolor card with GT and its character name is played, you get to take a life and give your leader 5k for the turn. So we get the leader swing here. The leader will draw on swing on the front side and then add a card. So it looks like we are down to 6 life for Gogeta. Possibly 5 life here. And then we play the 30k Vegeta. Now you cannot attack the Unison if you have a multicolor card with GT in play. So in order to get at the Unison, the Daima player would have to remove that Vegeta first. But next turn you're going to get to awaken and revive that Vegeta, and Healing Pod will proc, so will be pretty neat. So yep, we're gonna get the Z Unison here, the Porunga Z Unison. It can't attack, but it does facilitate getting more 1-drops out. So just so you know exactly what it does, it can attack 15k, has a +2 to place a card from your hand at the bottom of your deck, play a yellow battle card with a cost of 1 and 5,000 combo from your deck or drop in rest mode with skills negated. So a little bit of pixelation here on the side of our Daima player, but that is the 8-cost double strike dual attacker getting searched off of the leader front side. And then we're going to go down to 6 life, 2, draw 2, and awaken. And the Gogeta player will combo a card and take the hit. So now is able to awaken. right there, we use the ability of the Vegeta to pitch into top 7 and add a card with Evolve and potentially missed. I'm not sure on that. That's tough to go top 7 and whiff. If we did any more swings here, the Gogeta player would be able to awaken and start playing some activate battle guys out to the board. So be interesting to see if that's what Gogeta wants to do, or just wait till its own turn to start to fill up the board. Alright, so we search with the leader to play the 1-drop. It goes top 3. The Vegeta goes top 3 when it is played for a Demon Realm, I assume. Any yellow Demon Realm. Yep, and then you put the other cards at the bottom of the deck. So we'll see if we use the Piranha Unison ability as well here to bottom deck a card and get a target. Yep. So bottom deck a card and then go search the card. The 1-drop Goku will come out. That card does have its skills negated, so you don't get to switch an opponent's battle card for Unison to rest mode when it's played off of the Unison, but it has an auto limit 1 when your Demon Realm card with Evolve is played on top of this card, draw a card, and that will happen if a card with skills evolves on top of it. So we just leave them hanging here in rest mode. Gogeta charges a mono color energy here, so we'll see if that... It's tough because the healing pods are dead once they're in hand, but you do want to have multis in your energy, so we'll see. Alright, so we get the 4-drop here. That is an offering card, so we'll see if Daima wants to crit a life or let the opponent draw 2. We're going to see an Evolve here. The Evolve will play the Vegeta, and the 6-drop Vegeta is a dual attack, or sorry, it is a double striker, sorry. It draws a card on Evolve, and when it's played, you switch it to active mode and choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and negate its skills until the end of your opponent's turn. So I'm not sure what we're going to choose there, but gets played out maybe just to avoid the minus 20k there on the 1-drop going. But the other one got cleared, and now the Gogeta player has awakened. I wish I knew which card got negated. You would think the 30k Vegeta would be your best target so that it can't revive. Alright, now we're going to play the other offering 8 cost, the SS4 Son Goku. It's activate main / battle. You get to play that out for 1, Spirit Boost 1 for offering, and it looks like the Daima player will crit another life here, and must have taken a life on one of the swings, down to 3 life here already, and now a 30k swing coming in. Alright, so we're going to do a super combo to attempt to defend here. And another super combo. But still have quite a few swings coming in. It's going to be difficult to defend with just combo power here. Still 2 open energy for our Gogeta player as well. So now we have another 30k swing coming in. Looks like no negate, so we're just going to combo that up to 35. And unless you have 2 more supers, this is probably going to be a take. Alright, so going through the deck, I'm going to assume this is for the leader ability. The leader has an activate battle where you can play a 1-drop from deck or drop in rest mode. It does have its skills. So this 2 is a counter attack, but when it's played on your opponent's turn, the next time you activate an evolve skill on a Majin 2 card, you can reduce that by 1. So that will bring out, in theory, an infinite blocker, but takes the damage here. And then I think we just got a pass. So we have a 25k double strike coming in. Gonna tap 1 for Bardock, so the attack will go through, and we'll have to pop cards in rest mode to keep the turn going, which is not impossible for Diamond, putting the 1-drops that it generates into the drop, but also not what the deck wants to do. It wants to evolve on top of those 1-drops, not put them in the drop for no reason. So hand size looking kind of small for our Gogeta player. And takes the double. Alright, so these guys are living on the edge. 2-2 here. 3 open energy. There are quite a few cards in rest mode here. If the Daima player has the Gogeta SCR, tap the marker and 3 energy and we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, and I would get 5 energy markers. That would be really strong. Plays the Daima. Oh, yep. Okay, there we go. Did see that coming. So played the Goku first to get an additional marker. Good play. Use the leader ability. Has 6 markers. You don't want to pop the board here because that'll put the blocker back in active mode, but it's also tricky because there are cards in the Gogeta deck that can be problematic, right? The Trunks, when it's played, you choose up one of your opponent's battle cards and negate its skills for the turn. So you would lose out on the board wipe if you chose not to use it. So that's tough. You might just clear the board and then deal with it later. You can pop all your own energy here to win with Bardock. So this is double strike coming in. Pops the Vegeta. And this is 35k dual double that will pop 2 cards. Chooses to pop the Vegeta, which is interesting. Oh, I forgot, it negates their skills and KOs them. So that doesn't even... The Gogeta would have not negated their skills, but this Goku does negate the skills. So no revive, no drawing off of pod. That is a bummer. And this is a tall number here for Gogeta to have to get out of. Nope. Cannot do it. So you see Gogeta just changing the nature of the game here. Swinging the tide in favor of the Goku player, and that is a wrap. Daimajochu doesn't really show off any of what it can do with the evolve stuff. It just plays Jojita SCR and its big 8-drop bomb and wins the game. So would have liked to see a little bit more there between these two competitors, but great game nonetheless. And we'll see where that puts their teams in the final standings. I believe this is the last round of the losers bracket to see who goes to the championship. And the next round that we see will be the final round of the tournament. So if you're still here through all the downtime in between rounds, I appreciate you. We have one more round to go, and then we are done for the day. So if you have not subscribed yet, please go ahead and subscribe. If you've checking out the multi-view and seeing the other content creators that are out here streaming this today for you, make sure you subscribe to them as well. I believe the Deck Planet and the Most Powerful Union both have a stream going that's been shared in the Facebook group. And go Knicks. I think that's the last thing to say before we go into the break screen. So we'll catch up with you guys for the last round in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we are back. Let me make sure my audio is good. We are back. Yep, sounds good. All right, so we have Gogeta BR versus Sungoku Xeno. I believe we've already seen Novin on stream with Sungoku. I believe this is a different Gogeta BR than we have seen so far, so should make for an interesting game. Interesting game. Interesting game. Interesting game. Interesting game. All right, was having a little bit of an audio issue there. I think we got it figured out. Sorry about that. All right, was having a little bit of an audio issue there. I think. So it looks like we had Goku Xeno play out the one-drop Vegeta that punishes your opponent for untapping the True Fighting Spirit. And then we had Gogeta BR playing its two-toss unison using the marker to set up Prospect, you would assume. And now we have Goku Xeno paying 1 to set up the Z extra that we saw earlier today. That can give a Goku Xeno 5k in critical, which is great on the double strike leader. I believe Novin's already down to 4 life. It's crazy how much life you can take in this deck so quickly. How much life you can take in this deck so quickly. How much life you can take in this deck so quickly. How much life you can take in this deck so quickly. Huh. Alright, so we did a pass. We did Gogeta swinging in. Searching for a fusion target. And then it looks like comboing 2 to go to 20. I'm not sure if there's no sound or not. I am having a little bit of difficulty with my audio, so trying to get that figured out here. It seems like it's looping on my end. Alright, Novin already down to 2 life here. We have another fusion being played. And looks like we just did a combo out here by comboing 2 cards from hand. Restand the blocker and then pass. So this is a tall order for Zeno. Has to probably address the board, do some damage, and survive to the next turn, because I don't think it's going to be able to do 6 life in 1 turn here. Alright, so we got the Overrealm here. This is just a draw to pitch 1 Overrealm, and it is a Zeno name. So pitching the Trunks will generate some value. Get a tie. Tie comes out. Using Demeter's effect to put 2 back into the drop. Then using the leader ability to put some back in as well, drawing a card. There we get a swing in here from Zeno. And that'll get blocked. Combos the Kai into that. Whoa, interesting card. The Zeno that was errated, I'm not sure the purpose of that. I'd have to look that up to figure out why that's in there. So the blocker dies. And then we get another overroam with the counterplay. That's the second Super Kami that has been let go of here by Novin. So we'll see if that comes back to bite him. 20k swing here, and Rojita just decides to take the hit. So going to 5 life. All right, and then we get the leader swing. I think they're checking to see what the buff is on the leader based on how many black battle cards are in warp. You get 5k for every 8 black battle cards, but doesn't make a difference because we're going to get a dimension magic here. So we still have the double striker to swing. You'd assume that's met with some type of negate now that we have 2 open energy. So I don't think we're gonna get. Could get another double striker here, another Patara with this energy. But on 2 life, it's very precarious. Got to make sure. I don't even think there's enough right now in the drop to use a Bardock negate. So swing with the double strike, and then we get a. This is interesting. We get a peel off Shumai. I wonder if we're taking off double strike or barrier. Shouldn't be anything here that could remove it, even ignoring barrier. The Gohan SGR is 5 or less, I believe. We'll see if he just leaves it here at 30 or ooh, paying 1 for another. All right, so we got another Super Kami, the third Super Kami visible here on the screen. It's not negated, so I'm not sure why we're going to end of turn yet. Okay, so Gogeta's going to take this hit. And then we're going to burst to restand and have a blocker, it looks like. So 2-2. Evil Saiyan lurking in the warp for Goku Zeno. So we'll see if that comes into play or if Gogeta can close it out on this turn. Counterplay is live here with 2 markers on the Demeter. So you'd assume the leader swing is going to go into that first. I'm not sure where the target is. We'll find out here. Yep, it is a Demeter, so can't protect it. Does the leader ability to pitch and draw, I believe. Or could it just been the dual name there that lets you pitch it and draw a card? I'm not sure if you draw one or two. All right, playing out the Weiss Z Unison from underneath the Z Stack card for 2 energy here. And that we've looked at this in one of the prior games, but it is a 20k dual attacker. And then you place one of your Z energy into its owner's drop, choose one of your leaders, battle cards, or unisons, and when one of your opponent's cards attacks, you switch the attack to the chosen card, and then you get an energy back at the end of battle. Okay, so going down to 1 life here for Goku Zeno. Blocking with the token. This is interesting because if the Gogeta BR player is playing Baby Hatch, this is probably just a wrap. So we're going to use the ability on the Z extra to burst 2, give a Goku Zeno 5k, and crit. The crit doesn't matter, just the 5k here. And now will Gogeta attempt to defend here? Yep, okay, so passes back. 3 energy. It's got to be Evil Saiyan, right? Oh my gosh, it is not Baby Hatch, it is an SCR in life. Interesting. So has a few swings to try and close this out. Has to get a target on board. Yep, okay, gets that. Gogeta still has quite a bit of combo power here, and Novan's hand is a little light, so we'll see. Alright, so we get an Overrealm. I believe this is just True Fighting, or Heated Fighting Spirit, 30k. Or it could be the one from the new Vegito support. They're both winners, but I think this is the 30k. And then we see the Demeter Unison proc to draw 2, pitch 2. Now all those super commies have gone for Novan. 1 energy left. You would think a prospect is coming here, so you definitely don't want to lead with your leader. You want to lead with battle card. Ideally, one of the smaller ones, so in case you do still want to swing Cumber in, you have that ability to bottom deck 2, but he's thinking about it. That 10k power could really make a difference going for games, so I think you probably... Not sure what we're doing here. I guess this is a proxy, or that is a new printing news. I know I have not seen that before. Maybe that is, oh, that might be from the new promos this time around, the event packs. So, all right, and then we get the SGR coming. We're gonna Z charge that, I assume. Oh, nope, not going to do that. Okay, so Yep, so that was the Gogeta that swung. So that is an interesting. I don't know if I would have swung. I guess that was a good card to check and see if Prospect was coming and not letting your giant 40k swing get negated. I assume there's going to be a negate for this as well. We're going to get the redirect here. So this will buy back another energy at the end of this. I'm assuming this is just going to go to the Unison and knock it down to one marker and then untap an energy, which does mean that the SGR Gohan is live for 3 energy play if Goku Xeno decides to dump on a non-barrier battle card. I'm not sure if that'll happen or not. Here comes a barrier double strike. Could be Cunning Trio. Nope. Okay, Defending Friends. You have to be okay with that. I can't imagine we're spending the last energy on a 4th Super Tommy. Gonna have to bottom deck one from hand here. Or maybe the floodgate's not live. Is that possible? Only 2 Z energy? I guess that is possible. Yep. So we have another negate here. Or Cumber took the first one and did not allow for the floodgate to resolve. I'm not sure. It looks like only 2 Z energy, but either way, no floodgate live. And now this one comes down. I'm not sure if this is floodgating or not. I don't believe it is, but we'll see. We're gonna counterplay that one. Oh, burst into super combo, not ideal. Drawing one, Z charging one. Hopefully there's a dead card to Z charge. There is not. It's a Tenacious. Buffs the leader by another 5k though, so that helps. And now we're going to get a nice tall swing in here with leader. We're going to get a Kai. This is for Dame if this goes through. So it looks like potentially third. It looks like 55 to me. We get a super. Draw 2. That is 25. Another super to go to 35. Pay an energy. Buff it, draw a card. So that is 45, 50, 55, 60. Looks like out with one card in hand. And now for 1 energy, I would assume we're going to get the Majin Buu here or the Goku Xeno, either way. Hopefully Novin has 1 card in hand to bottom deck if that Android 18 is live. I'm not sure if, or Android 17 was live. I'm not sure if it is or not based on the Z energy, but we get a Goku Xeno here. We're going to remove 10, go up to 25, and be able to swing and see if that gets us there. If that's a super combo, I can't imagine it could be. Nope, that is the game. Just barely. Sees the SDR in life. Wow, what a close one. Really good game. Really close. Both players going down to low life early. Obviously, Goku Xeno, that's what it does with that early aggression. Gogeta tried to defend as best it could. I thought we were going to see a heroic prospect with the Unison being played there, but it was not to be. And able to squeak it out there by one last swing. So, great game. I believe that is the end of the event. I'm not 100% sure. There might be an extra round because the winners bracket team has not lost yet. So I'm not sure if they have two life or not yet. So we will see. And if that was the end and you've been here hanging out, appreciate you joining us. Go Knicks tonight. Subscribe to the channel. Like the video. If you've seen the other channels that are streaming, please go over and subscribe to them also. Deck Planet's been doing a great job today. The most powerful union always bringing you guys awesome streams. So the players are gone. I'm going to go to the break screen. Thanks for joining us. Have a great afternoon if I don't come back.